Alrighty, this is stream number 5 and episode 4. So I definitely think that 50% of this game is done, but I'm not sure of this. So let's continue. Alright, let me remove this messages on screen. Here it is. Oh yeah, check the sound of stream, so test. And I believe it's okay. Not really sure, but I hope. Alright. Recently Twitch allows to use a dynamic quality on the video for me, like every single stream, so it's no need to restart, etc. Very good. Strange that it's saying copyright 2021, when actually initially this game was released in 2015. So copyright should start from this year. But that's okay. Music here reminds me, for some reason, Alone in the Dark. It's nothing depressing. Soundboard is not in it. So, Sasuke Natsume. Sasuke Natsume. Sasuke Natsume-san? What an unusual name. Call me Sasuke, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruto-san. No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku, that really reminds me of home. Did you hear you say that you were visiting student? For student, he's like too old. How old is he? 30, 35? Sent over here by the government. Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery. Now this. Well, if only there were only his mustaches, but he's also slightly fat. Like, when you're 20 years old, you can't be like this. Usually. Suffer that misery, did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something, does that mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. White words on white. Was she? What does this mean? You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I often told. I often like to be told things. Okay, the accusation against you. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sasuke-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit the atrocious murder. Murder? Oh no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I seen the person who did it, do you think I'll be locked up in here? Oh dear, since this case has become rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London, it's ugly, inexcusably, eternally inconvenient. So Suzuki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. We see the attack, but not attacker. Need more explanation. It was an accused evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Showing the bookshop wasn't cursed too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh, so she could be stabbed with a knife like 1 hour ago. Yes, it's possible. It is. And collapsed only now one. She's losing her strength, maybe blood, etc. I cannot see any blood, by the way. So, doesn't mean it happened immediately. Simply no such cases. Oh, terrible. Called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, Polish green graveyard. Slight exhilaration here. That helps. I was terrified. I had to get away from here. Oh yeah, wait a second. It was in Sherlock Holmes novel, right? I think so. But I don't remember. I need to read everything. Well, first I need to buy the book. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my first lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Sasuke-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. You think I know any of this fair-haired English? And a young woman that. Oh yeah, and the last Sherlock adaptation, well, it's not the last now. Even not the last series, I think. This is Benedict Cumberbatch. Yeah, it also was here, but it was not about women. Definitely shy, timid, and sure, I can't talk to people. Well, first time I heard about this in my childhood when I was something like 5 or 6 years old. In my city, someone was stabbed with a knife, and he figured out what happened only when he entered a tramway. Well, community transportation, like 40 minutes after he was stopped. That's right, we all noticed it. Yeah, so it's possible to not notice that he was stopped. Just to like maybe it's some bug bite you or something. I see a young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Good. So, the victim was unknown to you and there was nobody else on the street at the time. It creates something a conundrum, does it? No. Conundrum. What conundrum? What do you mean, Soseta-san? What's the conundrum? Well, it's what Soseki-san has just told us is true. It's something I can't explain. But says that he didn't know the victim and said there was no one else at this time. So he apparently fled without having been seen. But did I do it? But is it the case? Surely this man has to be the culprit? Phew! But I just say nothing. I didn't say nothing. I was thinking about this only. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry, she's right. He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. With all the bad luck. Cursed great detective. Could it be? Shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. It's his humble love and his self-proclaimed greatness. Gosh, big-headed busybody. Busybody what? Begone. May you be cursed until the end of your days. Kuluk01's? I knew it. Mr. Holmes? Kuluk01's. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a silver of hard cheese when some man suddenly burst in through the door. Well, he figured out that you was here. That's why he was arrested. He started shouting at me, "This is the police! Put the weapon down!" The weapon? Yes, it was thin silver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting, hatred, discrimination deals. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Said, Kuluk01's. It's actually just Sherlock Holmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the guy detective is really very well known. And his only sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. Since I'm the knife-wielding madman, me, this big, stooped titan of a man. Wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. They mean to say that Mr. Holmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you. That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into panic when they worked their way in. Of course you were, that's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. English. Foreign. Flim flammering. Flim? Wait a second. I need to check it one more time. Flim. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine. Next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was throwing his hair. Oh there, afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? It's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. You can just call me Naruhodo, and when we are speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Yes, alright. Yes, they're really good to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a welcome lawyer, I suppose. But that embroid, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who shouldn't have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. What do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Goodness, why? Why do you say that? For the same reason, as you noted before, when it happened, it was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Sosuke-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. Wait a second, usually when the culprit is somebody from another country, like students, etc., they usually departed. It was they're using deportation for them, no? So they cannot simply hang you in this country. Anyway, it's not the case. Must be found not guilty. Had them openly laughing about me before my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the Ferengian did it. Yes, and what is the motive? They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand how what's being said anyway. That's awful. So wrong, I have studied more English than half the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about this people's country and its great history. Not no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at the very least, I like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Sosuke-san, it's just that. Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Should be going then, Naruhodo-san. You have a case to prepare for. Alright, so, like, there's nothing to do, isn't it? Move to Briar Road. What happened to this bicycle? Snowman with 3 balls? I know that many countries use a different amount of balls, so Great Britain is 3, not 2? Not sure. So this is where it happened, Briar Road. I believe in Japan it's 2. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That's their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. The opening depicts in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamed I'd ever come this close. Is Scotland Yard just the police, or it's something like FBI, you say? I'm not sure. It's a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course, I have to try one day. But I hope your happy dream comes true. What the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson is easing on the tourist trail, as I'm firmly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course, we had to investigate. So we've been to the holding cells then. What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese look to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Stone cold air of rejection. It hurts. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Let's speak to you about Scotland Yard. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I have been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world. Oh, and you know I always dream of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. This makes them look the part. Same the policeman there with his helmet on. Suddenly gets the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh really? Just in the morning, you know what he does? Walks around and rouses all the laborers in his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep. Raps on their windows with a long pole, did it myself, going back and beat. See why? Why? No idea. Bobby works for the people of the town, just another one of his duties. After that, he starts constantly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to count 20 miles a day, that's the regulation distance. He's supposed to travel only 5 miles a day. If there will be more, it can actually damage your knees. Ten is enough, 20 it's too much. I can't really imagine how far it is, but it sounds like a long way. How far is this? It's about 6 hours. Well, in hours, of course. Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my, seriously, they're doing this? And I suppose in between all of those duties, bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. Not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yes. We're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing over from time to time, I admit. I always dream of wearing monsters' helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish the dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there, on that open bit of pavement. 5 in the evening, at winter, it should be already dark. The victim, a young woman. Young woman? She looked like 60 years old to me, okay. I didn't see her face, but... she was too fat. Young woman, stabbed with a blade from behind. And too small, it's usually old people like this. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. Now said she was a lady. Trans is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. Suppose it means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. So if you're not able to take a statement from a victim, how can you judge someone? Very strange though. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Yes, you can investigate, but... in the court? What? Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give lawyers defending suspects the whole bit of information to go on. I'm actually accepting the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Here is a street map of the local area showing where the victim was found. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the street on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. Could it be my guilty did something like this? 2 days ago he was alive. So, who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but... just because he didn't see anyone. It doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but you most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, precise moments of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. The witnesses now? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. Because somebody is reliable doesn't mean that you must trust them. Very strange policy. People following. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. And everyone knows that police is usually corrupted, isn't it? A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the one was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, man. Part and parcel of being a body, catching them bunk in the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible? for us to ask that policeman a few questions? I guess you can ask him what you like in court tomorrow. Oh. I will doubt he'll be assaulted as a witness. So, it'll give you something to look forward to. Except he's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Listen, witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect, as that was Mr. Sherlock Holmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Holmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Holmes' inspirational great deductions. No fellow. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to Scotland Yard, so isn't he? Ever seen this before? Oh yes, that's Rand's magazine. Wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as we put it, seems fit to include several of the Yard's detectives and their stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tale at all. Well, I suppose there's an element of that. To work our socks off, every one of us, only to be affirmed by the public sense to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us as at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. This can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Only the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. The peachy Japanese log goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would dodge that case with a birch pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Valley, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange, so... Sorry? The Reaper, he hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right, he handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hunt for what he's accused of, surely? Just my point, sunshine. And the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'll be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. That's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest because it's related to something else? He want to find the real criminal? Himself? Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? It's related to this McGilded? I still can't tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness. You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. You're really going to have to face the Reaper again. It's a Lord of Darkness, as he put it. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Holmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, exactly. With those shining eyes, you can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Holmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Holmes again. The trouble is, I have no idea of the man's address, even it's Baker Street. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Let's see, how they pronounce it? It cannot be 221. In Russian, they pronounce everything like 221, there's no such thing like 221. But here... I don't know. Let's see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. Let's try to find our way in there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Let's summon the carriage. But what about the scene of crime? So we have to have a reunion already. It's the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. No, I want to check everything first. What do you have? Okay, definitely she was stabbed somewhere else. Railroads, Calabash Road, Mir Shawn Street. Strange names for this name. Usually, places in the United States, the names are related to the place, so it was some kind of road name. Must be related to some building, some river, some I don't know, business here. Related to the place, but here, what does it mean? Mersham, Bear, Calabash, I don't know. Village Street? Name of the villages or something? No idea. Sing a game for this. Don't mention it. It's someone in the yard fish it out for me, but in the end, I didn't need it. Well, the case could hardly be simpler, could it? I don't need a map to work out what happened. You can throw it away when you're done with it. God. Now, of course, submit it to the case. So what about this bicycle? British bicycle, look! Also, the wheels is so misshapen. I'm sure it couldn't possibly be riding anymore. Can fix it. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. Seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. It's allowing someone dress how they want, except going naked. It's intolerant. Bicycle fads won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. Just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. Well, so far bicycles only popular in Europe. In Asian countries they use like scooters, motorcycles mostly, as I saw. I don't know about Japan. Actually, I didn't see any bicycles in Japan. Well, maybe not in the main streets. Europe, yes. America, it's full of cars, not bicycles as well. Don't know about South America and Australia. Did you ever tried walking on stilts and fall into a river? I know you'd agree with me. You have to have a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. It's Trent Street. It's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? Is the background Capitol? Well, time suddenly seems to have taken... Wait a second, there's no Capitol in Great Britain, no? Yes? No? In London? I don't know. Well, time suddenly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sunken all over. But it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. Must find some cheap lotion ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. What about Baker Street? Oh, look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. You're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property when nobody lives at the moment. Smoke coming from the chimney though. Okay, everything still feels very foreign. So much we have to learn about this place. By the way, yeah, so many buildings with brick blocks instead of windows, and my question is why? I don't know, maybe it will be explained in this game for me. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And we see dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it's known as foggy London now. Just make out some sort of spire through the fog. Looks like it's still being built, so... Ah, yes, it must be at the Crystal Tower. Is the Crystal Tower a real thing? Being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. And it's going to be very striking, placed on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. To be the largest exposition in history, is it? Can't even begin to imagine it. The piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. Some carriages open to down by roads, so I cannot see a single one. It soon disappears, all the snow disperses. I stepped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. Seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed all in black. The coachman might not see you. Well, if I'm in black, so he will see me. It's snow here. And you could be fluttering by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Daily News, Metropolitan. What? Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. Use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. Oh, very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. It would mean being arrested in order to ride it, wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. The delightful snowman. In realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. This has a scarf look. If one of you were out in this freezing cold all the time, I wish I had one. Afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. Certainly can't afford a scarf. Sure, the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. It's not covered in snow, as I can see. It's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have feelings that if we wanted the clothes, we'll be clocked in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Not getting caught out again twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you had some dreadful experiences. Actually, it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. This batch of payments must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true, I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Oi, what are you foreigners doing here? Just investigating the case, officer. Sparring with that stashed fella from Japan, are you? And sparring? Come here to destroy evidence. Have you? Get out of here before I give you an Eden? Go on. See? Motor road police. This happened constantly. You shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. Disappointing experience. And that is all, as I can see. Home suit. Animated. Of course, Coachman can speak Japanese.
ここがホームズさんの事務所なのですね。
So many plants. For what? To make some extraction from it? Alright, home suit. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susada-san? Many famous cases have been solved here. This very room. I suppose they must have been, yes. Never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. The thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. She's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. So how did you enter? Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hello? Is it a big new case from Mr. Holmes? Hello? Wait, aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Susuro, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? It seems that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Holmes to take on his case. The King of where? King William Gottreich, Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. Sigismund? Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Get the adventures Sherlock Holmes for a moment and look over there. Tea is brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. It's you. Good. So the sun recognized you too. There you are. Flashback again. Taking me that with you as well. It's looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Good day to you. I am, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's a girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilder's trial in the defendant's attachment. I might have learned from their fights before. Were you having to get straight to work when you only just arrived in London? Yes, it was challenging. No, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Thank you. Is this supposed to look that color? Alright. With a fragrance yet mellow flavor. Right, so winner, I tried blending different leaves designed to elevate what thick you see. Must be exhausted of your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. How do you know about this? Did Mr. Holmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, no. Harley, do you? Who? Harley? Mr. Holmes, do you surely? Mr. Holmes was the fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. My friend Harley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Okay, I want to know how she named him in original, of course. So, let's see. Let's see. Against the stupid advertisements on the fandom wiki. Okay, found it. So, Holmes-kun. She named him Holmes-kun. Harley, are you kidding me? Who translated it like this? Well, obviously it's because they... Oh, I don't know. Because of the copyrights, isn't it? No other explanation to this. Well, of course I'm wrong, but what I found in the wiki, it's Holmes-kun. Well, kun means like someone your age. So it will be Holmes. Fred Holmes out on the runs again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. A minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. On earth, does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to be to the point. Why is she here in Mr. Holmes' suit? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you, boss. My name is Iris Wilson. And let's check what is her real name. Well, of course, they might be didn't change anything like with this Scotland Yard policeman. But who knows? Who knows? Anyway, Watson was her name for some reason. Despite that it's like regular last name, nothing special about this. Let's see. Close this. Mm-hmm. Iris Watson. Obviously Watson. Iris Watson. Irisu. So Iris. And as well as Ojo-sama. To whom? Iris Watson. That's it. No other name. If it was possible, I would rename all the names to their original state instead of playing this. Seriously, don't like this renaming at all. I live here together with Holmes-kun. Oh, Iris is it? What a lovely name. What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Watson? What's the matter with Sosada-san? Why is she so flustered of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Ryonsuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susto Mikadova. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Bruno. Got it. Susie? And Bruno? What is this girl that meets the eye? I have so many questions for you, I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. But what if I check the room first? So she wrote all these stories? What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine? The great analysis scope can analyze anything really, anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Holmes' inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations. So things has he analyzed with it, do you know? Well, she cannot say kun because it's definitely Japanese. But really, what the heck? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh, why not? Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually have anything I need to analyze. Oh there. How about you, Rona? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze? The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. Well, definitely have nothing to analyze. There's all sorts of on these shelves: chemistry, apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all kept up so high. Yeah, and gunshots. Holes. Can't help feeling that the whole world is going to topple at any moment. I keep telling who's going not to cram so much on those shelves. Good advice. He wanted to look something up in one of those books a while ago, but it was so tightly wedged in he couldn't get it out, so he went and bought a new copy instead. Why? See all those bullet holes and the wall up there? Was Mr. Holmes trying to shoot a fly or something? Mr. Holmes would never do something so reckless. No? Those other letters VR standing for Victoria Regina? It's Latin for Queen Victoria. So you mean he shot the Queen into the wall? In a moment of horror, though, Mr. Holmes adorned the wall with a patriotic sign, that's all. As pistol practice. Right, that makes perfect sense now. It's exactly as it described in the stories. Oh, this is delightful. I'm not sure that the real explanation is any less reckless than shooting at a fly, personally. It's patriotic, Mr. Narhodo. Patriotic. Like it's something like... Oh, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it? Of course it is. Mr. Holmes is known for his violin playing. Really? So it's federal or something. Absolutely, it's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational. Mr. Narhodo, inspirational. Immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London. Oh yes. Well, Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. But after a while he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So now it's merely an ornament in my room. Must have been an awkward conversation. Looks like a huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. Seems very sturdy, with an wholly sturdy lock. So Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I must have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. I come to that conclusion. Oh, that chest contains some of my most valuable things. The smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. I don't like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. Oh, it's so relaxing. You can relax now, not when there's so many interesting scenes on the mantelpiece. Just as it was described in the stories. It is? Yes, exactly. It's like that Russian stepper, for example. My chocolates for 11 cents? What? Was it 11 o'clock or something? Because I didn't get it. And transfix it, but that large jackknife is my shillings for the market. No, it's not quite how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Closer to the sun, she looks crushed. There was a tobacco inside of this one, isn't it? I remember this pretty well. I'm constantly singing something. Mystery show, curious honor, some mysterious dancing man, a bust of Napoleon. Wow, what an interesting collection. The first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old show displayed as an ornament. Also some old mementos that Hurley has collected in his past cases. Really? Even the worst? Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust. Oh, the famous Emperor? Mr. Holmes destroys it? Yes, and then he buys a new one. Make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor. How entrancingly Bohemian of him? Oh, that's my blackboard where I note down ideas. Interesting, let's see. Black Peter, what does it mean? And you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo? Come back to that blackboard later. What a beautiful English tea set. It's so neatly arranged. It's a favorite pastime of mine, a cup of herbal tea in the afternoon. Tea made of herbs. It's not a tea, but just a drink. That's right, I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. Come on, don't go away. It's like a coffee made of herbs, because coffee in and theanine are part of tea and coffee. Actually, it's totally the same. It's white tea and coffee. I'm brewing part of a special blend I came up with earlier today. She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. It's a charming little wine shop and full of charming little bottles too. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. Explode? Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments? Yes indeed, and as Sherlock always says, chemistry is an explosive science. Sorry. Maybe Holmes better. I agree, a single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world. Else he just landed literally. Let me check it one more time. So she's definitely Iris Watson. There's no doubts about this. Holmskun Hormusupun. Kun indeed. Not Harley Samson. Well, how else can you translate? Except she can call him by his first name, Sherlock? Wait, is Sherlock his first name? Is the name? Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottles that belongs to Iris. What on earth is a big black lump over there? Lump? Oh, that's fascinating thing. It's called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. No, not without needing a pen, but fast. And these are the quickly though. Because pen isn't this black ink inside it. Well, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Yeah, it's much easier to type instead of typewriting. Okay, I think that's all. Maybe I missed something. Anyways, could I show you this? Oh, how exciting! What is it? Tell me all about it. Well, actually, I was hoping you might be able to tell me something about it. If anything comes to mind. Would it? Well, no, I suppose it wouldn't. Tell me, I want to hear everything. This hasn't gone according to plan. Anyways, could I show you this? How exciting, what is it? She knows nothing. Alright, let's continue. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? It's an Old Bailey. Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. No, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. So, at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Thinking back now, You left with Miss Lestrade in town, didn't you? Oh yes, that's awkward witness, Jenna Lestrade. Oh, Jenny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It's very naughty of you to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that down-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. That was dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after all, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Homeschool, of course, silly. Homeschool? Sherlock. Yes, Sherlock Holmes. We live here together. No idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Homeschool if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Holmes? Well, expecting you found out that lodging of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? You don't mind me asking this, but how old are you? Then at last this year. It's like 37 is winter, right? Let me count it. So it's 4th grade. Well, what of your mother and father? I don't know. They're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susan. I'm very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and you have a copy of Fran's magazine? Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. This is so exciting, my stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Homeschool is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They're really quite fascinating. It'd be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. He was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the uncle. Yes, I'll let you in on a secret, if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure the Speckled Band. Speckled Band? Suddenly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details and the story's hands in. This time I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. That was Mr. Holmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story, some basic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say other stories about Mr. Holmes that are published in Rand's magazine? Oh, written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Watson. Still sounds getting more and more worked up. Oh yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Watson. What about the doctor of medicine part? It's all true. I'm a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old? Well, that's quite incredible. But what? Dr. Watson is an English gentleman. Now, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective is a 10-year-old girl in town. I suppose it does, yes. Voices of the sun, she looks like your whole world has just fallen apart. About before. Yes, what's in your mind, Rana? Do tell me. Wonder how she actually named Ryansky, but maybe Rona, why not? Who knows? Let's see. Will we say any information, maybe not? Rona? But wait a second, it's in English. What about Japanese? Bengoshi? What? Bengoshi? But I don't know who. So, all his using names in this story was Ryansky and Naruhodo. Just Naruhodo. Naruhodo-sama, okay. Mr. Naruhodo, obviously, Naruhodo-kun. But Bengoshi? What is Bengoshi? Naruhodo Bengoshi. Say any translation of this phrase? Never heard that before. And why is this one? Okay, where's my Google Translate? Might not help, of course. Lawyer. Bengoshi is lawyer. Well, it'd be Runa, because I don't really know. Actually, I don't really know about Holmes in this case. Why it's so hard? How did you know that I was a lure and we had just arrived in London, I mean? Maybe she called him Royal. Lawyer, why not? Yeah, so that we have a difficult trial tomorrow, because I don't remember I said except this. It was mentioned that he was a lawyer. Or what? Wait, no. It was, I'm wrong. Yes, oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Just tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, being delighted. Also, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. It is Watson is proud to present. Logical, reason, and spectacular. Oh my god. Well, this music here is very good. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's attention bar. But you also said that we are only just arrived in London. How did you know that? Observed a passport and travel tickets protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. Reaper of the Belly, I looked right in that one, didn't I? I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Where today? I heard about these stamps. I use those stamps to keep a close eye on coming and going, you see? But didn't release? And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus MacGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. Wait a second, if I went to the street before visiting the prisoner, there would be a different dialogue or something? They will forcibly sentence here? I don't know. It led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Holmes solved yet another case. So this amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bowling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, barely that must have been Mr. Natsume. The owner has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your office called a kimono, isn't it, Susan? Or Sakata? Sukata. Sukata! My god. I don't know how to pronounce it. Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. Wait a second, I do think that in English it's only kimono and there's no difference in these two variants, right? It might be. Or they name it somehow else. Well, I simply don't know. I don't even know which type is this because I had never seen them, I only read about them. So put two and two together, decided he must be defending the Japanese man Holmes-kun caught. Shock. No, Holmes-kun. And there was only one conclusion. Those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Holmes-kun about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that saying the man's trial will be tomorrow. Holmes-kun is always stabbing his nose with a knife, you know, he's silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening, I'm Iris Watson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, what's the winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. It was amazing, Iris. Truly great deduction. You even managed the certain substance of Mr. Holmes' delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Holmes' style for that. It's really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will want to hear his piece. So yesterday, Mr. Holmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Holmes-kun had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Detective is a bolder man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the stand. Short, shifty-looking, stooped man? Mr. Natsume beyond any doubt. So his son said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Holmes-kun used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. To the watching room waiting nearby, he went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stopped man, shivering in fear. So Holmes' great deduction suddenly hit the mark at that time. Of course it did, he's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. No time to investigate properly. Holmes says that London is rife with crime. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Stuff and money are both shirts. Criminals are usually peanuts on the first suspicious person. It's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the working of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Sasuke-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, series. This has been very informative. You're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Holmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Well, expects Holmes is still investigating the scene of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume. Holmes said he was going to the men's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Yes, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crimes themselves, aren't they? You haven't come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Oh, good. In that case, give Gregson this from me, would you? Miss Money? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Come from Inspector Gregson with a message on the back from it. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Address that won't be a problem?" What? Why money? It's a 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one. This must be most powerful 10-year-old in the world. How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What's it really worth? Well, so enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat. In a whole month? What, really? So much? Price were super cheap in the past, as I see. And yeah, it's 44. It's greasy. This little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? No. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it. Okay, it's Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. You don't think it will just make him munch peeping hot chips until steam comes out of his ears, do you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Now I want to buy fish and chips. I must do it tomorrow. Let me record this because I simply forget about this. Steak I already ordered several times, but not fish and chips. Well, of course, they will be, only this Long Silver restaurant that's doing it, because mostly here is Tex-Mex food. Some Thai Korean one, but nothing from Europe, except Italian, but I checked it last time, it's not a real Italian food. Just called Italian restaurant, but alright, doesn't matter. Actually, it's called also Mexican restaurant, but the food here is Tex-Mex, not Mexican. Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Oh, it's the only one Japanese restaurant that actually provided Japanese food, not something else. That's very good, at least. Really? No, wait, it's not just one, two of them. Especially... wait a second. Takoyaki. Very tasty. Relax then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript. Speckled Bun. Well, they only said that in Whole Foods, which was in Dallas, you can buy a real... how's it called? Oh my god. Mochi here. There's only a mochi ice cream, it's not mochi at all. Well... and in... what was this? Oh my god, in Austin I was able to buy a real natto. Here it's frozen. But still you can buy a natto here. I'll be making more special blends of it. So, come back again soon. You'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. Wait a second, Kinaman just contacted me. One second, I must get rid of this background so somewhere dubious that they would exert any influence on the man of school here and all be headed back to the sand with Iris Snow and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Come on, remove this black background, it's very glitchy in my version of this game. To be continued? Of course, save. So the police are still here carrying on with their investigation. Let's the perfect, so let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his shifts to look at the silver tip Iris gave us for him. And here it is. Chips and fish, and check out the Steam. Constantly sending myself messages because I will simply forget about everything. Alright, here it is. Here it is. Oh my god, I can't believe that in Mahjong chat there's so many professional discussions. I'm never get serious to this game. Despite that I'm trying to get master rank right now, it's very actually easy to do, just play it non-stop. But getting too serious to this game... no, this will never happen to me. Okay, let's present it. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Sorry to say I don't, I'm a very busy man. Why should be busy to talk to... it's my neck. To a pair of friend... Gadabouts? What is this word? That's for sure. Something nasty. We have this for you. A present from Miss Iris Watson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give it here. At once! Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Wait for me to give it to you, will you? Who is in this case? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver coin, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's parents' fee, that's what it is. A parents' fee? Oh, I see, you mean? That's right, was Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Your leadership always offers me a little financial reward for cheering me. Every time. Yes, of course, I know all about your exploits, Spectre. I read them avidly. Of course, you're using my name without my say, so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Know your mindset. So, what do you want to know then? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. It says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on. Fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Spectre. I'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Wait a second. They could simply go to Natsume and ask him. Ask him! Oh, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hollow, just over there. Look. On the first floor of that house, in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. Yes, nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is Mr. John Garibet, my god. Unpronounceable, right. Well, if you see her again, you make sure you give your leadership my regards. You heard? Immediately, you tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Spectre, he will. Bye for now, sir. And long live your leadership. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely? Definitely. So it will take up us 1 minute. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Whew. some very cheap, pathetic apartments, isn't it? It is. Oh, what? What is it doing here? So why is there so many military stuff? Very strange. And wait a second, in the cheap apartments and very pathetic homes, there's still maids? How's it possible? That's why it so puzzles me. Like, middle class can have servants? How? Where are they taking money? If they have so many money to pay someone a salary, why are you living in a pathetic house? I will never understand this. May I help you? Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garridup? Indeed it would, sir. Who may I see is calling? Name is Ryonsuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sasuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We'd very much like to ask him some questions about our client. What's this reaction? One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garridup. Let's see how he was named in Japanese. It will make me better understand how to pronounce his name at the same time. Because it will be like in hiragana, that will definitely not be closed to how should it pronounce. But it'll help me. Let's see. So he's soldier here. His name is John. No, so John. Garridup. Double R means nothing here. Alright. That's right. Garridup. Oh yeah, by the way, sooner or later I will be playing some game in totally Japanese for Famicom Disk System, that's for sure. Untranslated. Can't believe. Well, I'll try to save them. We'll try, but not guarantee. Because reading, it will be super hard to read everything. This is at Miss Susato. It's a real-life English mate. I know, as I understand it, anyone upstanding in English society employs a number of household staff. How can they do this? Are they all super rich? It's not possible. You're really paying like all your salaries that you have to some other person, so you have nothing. Except they actually got their money from something else, some other source that's so huge in this case. Anyway, why it's so pathetic house? Why? Very strange. And yeah, in the past looks like salary was completely different for different classes, so maybe mates getting the like 10% of average salary in the whole country? I simply don't know. How's it possible? But that was the first time I've ever seen Bomb in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. I would never spend my money on some mate. Never. And it's so easy to do everything yourself. It suddenly feels like we already arrived now, doesn't it? And only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiments. Well, at least in Japan, butlers only for some very royal families, well, this very rich, not for average. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Garridup. We'll see you now, this way. Oh, it's his room. Thought we'll be in Natsume room. What just happened here? Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Why, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Also, the shells seem to be broken, and the crockery is... Oh dear, wait a second. Oh dear, you cannot see it. Now you can see this. Everything is broken. The crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The world cracked wouldn't do that. Chinaware justice. Oh, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. If cannon was fired at it, there would be no war here. It's probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. Oh, look. The wonderful collection of keys lined up on that convenient zero cake stand. If they were real cakes, they would not survive more than 2 hours. We must eat them immediately, or hold in some cold place. Line up? Well, with high humidity as well. Slow, it's simply... Nah. Line up. It looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Opportunity is a time of indulgence, you know? It's quite the English way. Is Mr. Garidab accustomed to take 2 cakes with his tea? 2 cakes? It's too much. It sounds delightful. Wait a minute though. Supposed to eat cake once per week? Not twice per day or even more. At least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste their leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garidab doesn't eat, I say to myself, John, you shall have to tidy up, that's why you're so hot. Oh, management. Magna... Oh my god, what is this word? Magnanimous... Oh my god. I don't know. Magnanimous of you? What is on the floor? Candle? What is white? Look at that enormous screen. Must have been put there deliberately. Surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from you. Could be behind it, I wonder. I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Maybe let's not miss a storm. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Him? The portrait of Mr. Garidab is glaring at me as well. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garidab as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Whoa. Ah, I see it. Oh yes, seems to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seems to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a early wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with bad sin. But a fact. Now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. So the son doesn't pull your punches. He throws, for that matter. It looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand manner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Also, it bothers me that it's not straight. Is it all seen? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I dispose of it. The wall's the best place for it, keeps the belly scene out of my way. So just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look, let me see. It says for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military cycles. Yes, a good one will have no medals, obviously. And I'm not joking about this. And those mortal shells, they're enormous. The one who has the most usually a bad person in real life. That's what I noticed in my practice. Oh, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here? Those salt things, couple of little runs accidentally fired into the birds during training, you know? You have a bit of colorful regiment folklore on that incident. I mean, you deliberately hunted all the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. Say, only scrap iron after all, usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what exactly? Yes, well... Oh, I forgot to actually ask about this particular game. One second. Yeah, usually batteries for Famicom games are dying from time to time, but it's very easy to replace, except it's very hard to find the new battery in Russia. I just recall it. Alright, now I'm ready for this game. Yes, well. John here did manage to knock one of the balancings on my food the other day while she was dusting. Wait a second, why you was very close to this? Why you didn't dust yourself? No. I shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know? Maybe I reconsider throwing them away? The tuber looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? Still being well looked after so. But also, not much better than Roxy, really. So, was that ceremonial rub at my retirement bush, you know? But I'm not one for dwelling on the past me. I have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorable lying around, does it? He sounds not like a military man. For me. Man, that's good. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Well, I don't know, I didn't speak to him directly. But right now, he doesn't look bad. And also, you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garidap. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire is a jolly good book. A playing game. Oh, there's a copy of Rand's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Gardaps enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. It's a full-size cannon. What's it doing here? Oh my, it's real, I thought it might be a replica. Old thing? That's a little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. It's really useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say you never know what this twisted road is going to throw at you next, boy. You think here maybe trouble brewing, Mr. Garrido? Obviously, Stag John here never fails to have a clean harper in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, John tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to dry and rock. I wonder the huge cannon looks like It's kind of its head in shame. Okay, looks like it's time to talk to them. Oh, wait a second. Oh, yeah, it's Good day to you. John Garridap at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryusuke Naruhodo. He's the defense lawyer. Excuse me, not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service and all the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now. I can tell you, don't get out much, as you can imagine. It's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garridap, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folder, really. I like to offend the general, so I grandly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, John? Let's the good people see it properly. John, fetch it. Shut, woman, be careful! Dear me, I do beg your pardon, sir. John nearly took the skin off my hands. Should be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it, living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I heard you want to know about that chap lodging downstairs, is it right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only the place, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here light. I forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Or is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. It's really my cup of tea, all that detective business. But you have a copy of Rand's magazine here, so... no. Anyway, the chap's investigating the Follinger's room as we speak. So he's in Sasuke-san's room. It's a budding nuance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. Like all this fuss, it's jolly unsettling. Let's talk about Natsume. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garridap. Please do tell us. Yes, the Japanese shop. Only been lodging here for a week. Just week? Just 1 week. They repeated my questions, so he moved in very recently, so. We have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. So we are on the 3rd floor, actually, not 2nd, well, you know. So I did figure it out why the ground floor was called ground floor. Sparkman's not here, but I know now. Because ground floor was actually inside the ground, half of it. So the 1st floor was above the ground, not in it. That's it. That's it. But when the building shifted and now above the ground constantly, it's still ground floor. They didn't rename it, and I don't know why. Anyway, now it's unlogical to have it, 2nd, 3rd, etc. And many people believe that America decided not to follow Great Britain, that's why they changed everything. No. It's Great Britain and other countries that failed to rename, renumber. 1st floor room became available a week ago. Oh my god. Why is she doing this? They should all John, to be careful. Then beam. We'll be leaving here next? I doubt. My goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shiny sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seems to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady writing across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I say to myself, Jones, that man in trouble, sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. Rarely, but wrong. Only Collins is made as a witness. We won't be Collins is made as a witness, that's for sure. Just talk about it. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes. Yes, indeed, there was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? My words, yes, the man was shorter than an orchard? Is it a flower? I actually doubt. This time I need to check it because I see nothing connection to the shades. Okay. Piece of land planted with fruit trees. Ah, that's why. Oh my god. Now I know what this is. Well, actually, I knew about this before. I just didn't get why it's shade. Because of the garden, not just some plants. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. He never so much as paused the time of day with another living soul. It's in a single visitor call. So what? What's so special about it? Just trots off to that old bookshop every single day, comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. What time? I see. Gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. It's kinda too early. It's up a long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed. What? Where's the logic? 9, it's kids' time, children time. But no one knows that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier. Ah. Whew. I got it. So it's another gentleman. 2 in the morning, I see. My bad. I forgot about this location. Ground floor is not the first floor. He's on the second. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? I understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right. Yes, why are you actually sweating? The boss below us, on the first floor and street level. Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? Precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, and the times they go to bed. This will happen again? Steve John, be more careful, one. Terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Is there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garidep household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, John? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. Yeah, good time for dinner. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. By the way, I was in London, but maybe this time of year when there's no fog at all, because I saw nothing. Sunny and bright. Oh, I see. You notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well... Yes? Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but it's... Why is she doing this? Why is she stopping him? But at around that sort of time, in here, there... But yeah, I'm awfully sorry, sir. Be more careful. Why she's hiding everything? Of course, sir. Well, me, Mr. Narrow Hole. Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Really? Mr. Garidep? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like you, like there might have been. Well, as I was saying, it was just a drifting matter really, nothing of... Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet and eventful meal. John? That's right, Mr. Garidep. What is the matter with this two? Sounds like something happened here in this room or on the evening. On the incident. But what? Must guess it myself? Definitely something terrible because everything's a bad shape here, so... Some girl? Someone was fighting here? What else could it be? I wish I knew. Well, you can guess. I think it was a fight. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why suddenly just below us, on the first floor? And Mr. Holmes is investigating there, even as we speak? Yes, told me Natsume's name had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. So he's helping Natsume. So Natsume has engaged Mr. Holmes' services? It's a blatant lie. Oh, Holmes lied, but still investigating, so that's good for him and us. It'd be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? Don't see why not. Just down one flight of stairs. And by the way, it's first time when I actually have a good game about Sherlock Holmes. Usually they're not so good. Not good at all. Mostly they bad. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. So why actually copywriters were disagreed to use his name in this game in English translation? Because it's... I have no explanation, because it actually would make him more popular than any other stupid game with his name in it. Yes, all the course we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we are there, we can speak with Mr. Holmes again. Yes, he'll be able to tell us more. Small dark room rented by a visitor, maybe even without window. Resident scholar from the Empire of Japan by the name of Soseki. Soseki double O, by the way, not Smir. Check it. Yeah. So why is there no window? And it's female Neko here. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. It's not much, just the room is small. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. Is it the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes, once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Holmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garidep told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. That's a no sound. Might be behind the spell. Let me check this. Neko. Where you going? What? Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps she's looking after all the books while his master is away. Don't know about that. He disappeared in that pile of books. Wait, he, when it's she. Who translated like this? As quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mickey, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. This might me feel homesick now. Already? I've only been in the country for 2 days. Well, how do you know they're generals? Cats? That's kinda easy. Tricolor cats, male, are super rare and it's impossible to find them because of the gens. Gens? Okay, Gen. S. What is this? Supposed to be some sort of metal on the wall here. Looks very robust. Not suppose all the metals be outside of the building, not inside? Wonder what it's for. The slot for... Ah! Paying for the gas, I believe. There's a slot for inserting coins here too. Now I see what's inside. I believe it is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. Gas meter? Yes, it seems there's a piped gas in this district which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. And you always can easily, well, use the fake coins that you can retract back, or even real coin, and stop the meter as well. It's so easy to be cracked, especially inside your house, when you can actually spend a lot of time to actually crack it. Using magnetics, etc. Very easy. When it's outside, it's super hard because everyone will notice. It's constantly checking. You can, like, not let somebody go inside your room and fix everything after this lets them in. But when it's outside, it's like impossible to do. Anyway, so if you were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold? That's right, as would a rich man who only carried crisp, white notes. London is a scary place. Maneki Neko? Oh look, it's like an cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky. Isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. At least they didn't translate this. Maneki Neko. And... yeah. Alright. Can't you buy it here? Hardly think you in position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. I forget the enormous Daromadol that you brought in your luggage. I didn't notice it. That was. Well, it can be dangerous traveling aboard. Daromadols are usually red with only one eye because you're making a wish, and if the wish comes true, you're giving it second eye. So it's like, if you grant my wish, you'll get both of the eyes. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I mentioned Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to make good luck to him. Well, it depends on which actually hand it's using. Left for money, second for right for luck, or opposite. I don't remember. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? And it's not holding any coin. Common coin. So I'm not sure. Oh my god. It is. You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? So, looks like it's for luck, not money, but I don't remember. Still, there's no music. Why is there no music? Look at all those books stuck up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream idea, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. Also, reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. Simply didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Okay, and the cheese scandal. This seems to be wedged into crevice between the mountains of book on either side. Suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat, but surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes. Surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? What's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45. So they will be actually witnessing the crime before 4:45, isn't it? Or even at the same time. So Natsume was not here, so it was like I thought maybe that she was started like an hour before she collapsed. It's the day of the incident. Just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. He received discard in Mr. Natsume's room for some books that he had purchased from a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred. Why he didn't use library in this case? Let me expect it. Customer Mr. Natsume. The sum of 2 shillings, generates in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq? Monsieur Lecoq. This is unpronounceable. Meal for Gaboriau? What? Canterbury Earnings? I'd never heard about such books. Okay. He's sitting right here. Wow. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, there he is. Where did he appear from the book? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. Hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Holmes? Oh, you too. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it? Where was it that we met? Mr. Holmes, we went together on the SS Burial. Yes, of course, the Burial. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asagi, he died tragically, but you were a great help to us. Oh yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asagi. That's the one with the snake, wasn't it? Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered regularly by the great Sherlock Holmes. This is Mr. Oh no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollections. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Try it the other way around, Mr. Holmes. I lose the first round. Actually, his design reminds me of Gintama and Gintoki. In truth, I had hoped to invite you girls to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short an amount of time. I think the presence of a new case has taught my recollection of my past moments a little. A little? 1 second. It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can descend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts. Let's say shoot elbow out the useful ones. Yes. For my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. It was the very first book, Sherlock Holmes, I'm not sure. It says no need to quote yourself. I always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. Means iris, I suppose. Mr. Holmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this smoky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. If I show it to you. The receipt for the books our stupid Japanese friends purchased uncovered that yesterday morning. A marvelous find, wouldn't you agree? Oh yes, the rocket of a truly great detective. What a scatterbrained individual he must be to have left it behind. Curiously, there was no mention of this publication on the receipt. Odd when you consider how fascinating it is. I mean, not everyone in London buys Rand's magazine every time they visit a shop? Yes, odd indeed. Oh, Mr. Holmes, how expertly you slipped that into the conversation. I'm glad you agree. Made-up stories can be great works of literature too, my dear fellow. Have you seen this, Mr. Holmes? She must have silence. It's of the first importance when I'm in the throes of deductions that nothing irrelevant distracts me. I'm sorry. Now they're changing to fair, perhaps. When the throes of deducting the weather? Well, you know this. We know this to be at the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. Since that you assist in his arrest, Mr. Holmes. for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea of what you mean. What? Can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stupid competitor of the crime. It doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. While speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, what do you say? I believe this is a receipt around here, somewhere from the establishment in question. We just spoke about it. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But I was aggravated by faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of pleasure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Oh, tell me, have you encountered the landlords of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrideb, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. It was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Tokens as social standing? Sorry? But simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. So, middle class is kinda super rich here. Can't believe this. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. It's for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garrideb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. Something lost in what he means to say. Well, it's kinda obvious. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. don't believe that's the issue here. What's this dark little room, Mr. Holmes? Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? Finally, they will explain it. No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there's a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to this question is quite simple. Window tucks. What? Window tucks? What is that? Surely. Not a tax on windows? Precisely that. My goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was near its own households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to carry a favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust for some people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So, some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. Its legacy remains, as you can see. Let's call it lodgings such as this, for example. Of course, Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I have done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered to an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. So really, to afford yourself a maid, you must put strangers into your house. Comparing these two events, I'll get rid of every strangers. Maids are also strangers. And have tons of money at the same time, and he is losing money and there's like criminals inside his house. Oh my god. What are people doing to just have a maid for what? For Boston? Well, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of fast attention. You sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Oh yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remember that, did you? You will perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder. Who's the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition released. And so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Holmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. What? I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Oh yes, it was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. Can't possibly ignore them. I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the stand was a crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing. What is it, Mr. Holmes? Tell us. I cannot say is and certainly whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Well, it's kind of obvious. Mr. Garidap is? Mr. Holmes said as much before actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that's really all what plays on my mind in relation to this case. Naruhodo. As yet, our investigation have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Nasume's innocence. No, you're right. It's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garidap's secrets. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. He left. Busy man and it, he's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. No, he's still here. Okay, let's go back. What is this fancy fonts, as I can see here? Can't say too long. Oh, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Sherlock Holmes? Yes, things are going well. All the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Holmes is, in his element down there. Surely good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, John. Now then, why don't you tell me what... This time, woman, will you watch what you're well doing? Shall we serve dinner shot this sir? Oh, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'll be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. At all, not at all, don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that perhaps you could see yourselves out. But didn't figure it out what is they hiding. Went to Mr. Holmes. Mr. Garidap is hiding something, and since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. But how? Then check something here. Like window, for example. Wait a second, what Sherlock is doing here? What's he doing, Urs? Mr. Holmes? Aha, we meet again, my dear fellows. Gracious, when did you sneak in here? Sherlock Holmes, sir, at your service. So what are you doing all by the window? I'm going to watch on the evening sky at the sunsets, madam. It's sadly cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is. It lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's window at dusk, the prudent thing to do in London, I'm guessing. Oh, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. For me? I thought perhaps you might be in it. I was certain great detectives. Great minds. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Holmes? This might be a secret in this modest room. I see even the most trivial of trivials. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. It's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garidov. So it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. The two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. Beg your pardon? The first, that even as we speak, you concealing the presence of Russia's beast in your care. So a cat did all of this? And the second, that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. I believe it seems Mr. Holmes' conclusions are both spots on. How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? It was not a cat but me? I don't know. Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. You might say it about the cat, but it's not a cat. The beast is made. Nature or the beast. I certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see you. That a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? He's looking to the right to the lion? Or not? Ah, for my melody of breathing, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Eye? Your furtive glance, Mr. Garidov, leads up directly to the answer. It was something else, but what? The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is surrounded by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, your birds imposing at best. He was looking at mate. Fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. These people, I ask you. And the ants. Your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, present specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. I thought it was Japanese, but okay. What? Look at this! You saw it! It definitely was a mate. His other half. It was a handmark. Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of wild language are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as you look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. So, he stopped this woman, or even mate stopped this woman. In this house, she waited outside, collapsed, and not someone found her. Case is closed. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? You do not consider me chivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Say any knife in this room that is missing. The dress spoken gives a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah, he's talking about lion. The real lion, not a cat. Oh my god. From It is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, so to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garida. A Betty's circus. Children show currently sojourning in a nearby park have observed the dance, so she's from the show, this victim. You saw the savage lion zero to the circus troupe. Yesterday I did not. I believe I have made my points. The person beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion when seen ultimately through a ring of fire. Ancient Asiatic lion. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garida, it is plenty clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Yeah, he's covering his mark. Indeed, in that moved pause, the stress this loss has caused you in veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by the supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... it's very visible. But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand of payment. How can you afford to make this case? For cartloads of meats, potatoes, bread and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final field of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last, unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? Candle, yeah. The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet also. I didn't notice the carpet, only this candle. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. It's very expensive. What is it doing on the floor, huh? Dear me. Should be on some wall. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Stay, madame. I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Wondering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain. Put in the middle of the skin. As I state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. So, see, in Russian, the cake on top and the cake on bottom is two different types of cakes. Oh. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast. Well, they have the same roots for these two worlds, but they mean nothing. More dangerous on this earth than a beast with unsatiated appetite. Was it, or was it not once said by a certain noble woman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? What? Put this at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need to not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked in a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. What? These marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Can't believe this. carpet notes on by the starving lion. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. They're in shock. What's the matter, Zilleron? Your prince scolding hunt you all over me. Sorry, Mr. Garda, I'm afraid I didn't notice. This time for sure. My deductions can be strikingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Holmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again? Well, your action just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it's the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. Could it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garidap and his mate would have been hurt or worse. No, that's where you are stuck. No doubt, the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. So he says that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. My dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they're infused with a highly appropriate taste for opportunity. By the way, how it happens that tea is in Great Britain if they're not producing any tea leaves, etc.? They only exporting it. So somebody sold the idea and made huge amount of money on this. Very good salesmen. Man, just... Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I've had the feeling that was coming. A slight message, that's all Mr. Holmes' deduction needs. You can do it! So I'll be waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, without us, he always doing right conclusions. So I actually think that he did it on some purpose? To deceive us or to make us his partner or something? Because he identified Natsume pretty well, without any problem, but here it was kinda obvious that he was not able not to notice this. Anyway, we don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let's start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' Logic and Reason Spectacular. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that the fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. So we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Now, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your frontal glance, Mr. Garidep, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run damage here is revealed by that lion statue. I really didn't see the lion scene coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garde's reaction, it seems as though some beasts didn't it run amok here in this room. Something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So, what was it then? Must follow Mr. Garde's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Oh, I can't see his face. Son is this? Oh, wait a second. What's this photograph? Was this his daughter? Appears to be from Mr. Garde's wedding. Oh, what? So she's some kind of dwarf? Why she's so small? He looks very heavy, doesn't he? Was his wife? He does, but you can't make out his bride. How fortunate, something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. Wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Well, if she's from circus, so yes. Possible anyway, it's very strange. The true nature of the beast has run rampant here is revealed by the oh my god, what is this word? New Luft Bright? Had never heard about it. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo, no other explanation could possibly fit. It's like he knew about this. Yes, this friend prints pictures. Your wife, Mr. Got it up. And while we lament the fact that your face is obscured, if they actually create anime of this episode, he'll be telling the also fact without these corrections, and still make out your mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. But no, this Indian line was kinda interesting. Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late, the fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Gardev. The chilling traces of a violent rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madam? Me? You do not consider me untrue valorous, but it is plain to me that one glance in your direction. It is? Dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself? Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Holmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Gardev anywhere. Yeah, but it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this mate is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Gardev's wife could be. She is the wife? Can't be possible. What? She is the wife? Oh my god, that's why she doesn't need any salary. She's wearing a very luxury look. But wedding ring? Yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. Doesn't look like wedding ring. And it's on the ring finger of your left hand. Ring finger. Why is this finger called ring finger? It's only in English it's called like this. Which means surely wedding ring. I don't know. Looks like it's all there for life too. Can't imagine it would slide or a finger of that size. Something to see, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know Mr. Garidev's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one. It was a large sunflower design as well. Sunflower that has a face, and yeah, I remember it was... wasn't this manga and anime called Ribbon or something? Yeah, it was a sunflower with face, like this. Is it reference? Really, you have a great memory for these things. And actually, in the visual novel, this Chrono Trigger game, Radical Dreamer, it was sunflower as well. His face, right? Oh my god, I don't remember. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? The wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. So who was this lady? Anyway, I think it was someone from the circus. Why not? Because why it's circus here? In the pocket. Well, I don't know. Indeed it does. That flowery bands gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garydeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household mate. No. You are Mr. Garydeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garydeb herself. What? Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, he is a wife, yes, my John. Rather he'll let herself go, let's say, but she was... Let me check what he said. But she was a bonny corked back, okay. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you're in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. Was second lieutenant of the Sot regiment. A man has his bride, don't you know? Lieutenant's kinda low status. Surely it's a sorry scene when a chump can't even afford to have a single mate his employee. In the army it's kinda easy to get a colonel rank. Before you retire, of course. And it's a pretty low rank for me, if you ask me. I don't know, by the way, how it's in British and in America. But in Eastern Europe, the rank is low. Well, it's military countries, of course. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. Also, can be considered worthy of society, but employs no staff at all. Though, in my considerate opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Garydeb, as his wife, work as his mate? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garydeb? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Keep top secret, please. So he was the witness? He was the witness with his wife? But no, they say it was a policeman, not a soldier. The raging wife of Mr. Garydeb. Now, Mr. Garydeb, it's plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this horrible beast. Indeed, in that, this pause, that distress, this loss has caused you is veritably tangled. Unpronounceable for me. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that, but that what? Doesn't matter. Mr. Holmes is quite something. Still calling Mr. Garydeb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, they feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garidep is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? How true? So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head something other significance then. According to Mr. Holmes, Mr. Garidep's pain is tangible, so the both of his release signifying of hiding something, of course. Ah, not actually hiding, just still painful. Oh my, look at this bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something. I swear, why is this? When somebody slaps you from the left, it should be... here. Oh no, it's quite fit. Gosh, it's quite something. It's clearly made by somebody's hand. This Mr. Guardian has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. Never seen such clearly defined mark. Ever could have done such a sin. Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. 5? About pipe. It's a very large pipe, isn't it? As anyone who has something that size coming out of his or her mouth on a regular basis should have a serious chin like Mr. Garidep's. So what's that why bending around it all about? It's broken? I can press in the pipe, I don't want to. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulder, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the lever of that impressive mark on your cheek that refused to fade was you, Madam John Garidep. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. The blazes. How did you work that out, man? Nothing scams the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well... Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garidep to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of beans. Didn't Mr. Holmes say that the beans were all for lion fodder? Hello, Rage Cat. Conundrum indeed. Yes, but now we established that the lion never existed. It should only mean that the sin responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garidep's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a sin. Yes, well... she's also a person who gave your husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit your husband with such force, I wonder? Another woman, isn't it? Well, I don't know. I have to know the answer to that question. Maybe wrong. No, it's actually another woman. Look at this. Oh, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garidep is clearly an avid reader. Wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. No, so it isn't. It's a note written in woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yes, Mary. He's like old soldier without any salary whatsoever. How is it even possible? Don't quite understand. Look next to the signature here. It marks made with lipstick. What a passionate and romantic gesture. Getting ideas, said the son. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yes, lady. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a sudden Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Another slap? Can't believe this. But I don't know the badly woman. Badly woman. So this note was not for him. There's another person with this name? You don't know him? The note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I like a story. Now listen here, John. Old sin. I explained at the time. I bought the book at a second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So, the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been... A likely story. For heaven's sakes, one, look at the name, it's written to James. It's not James, my name in case you've forgotten is John. A likely story. You question my name now? So time. And there we have it. All the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, Russia's beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Imaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over here, there. Very expensive woolen carpets, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dear me. It could have caused such a destructive outburst. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, you need only look at the tower of cakes. The candle, of course. But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. Why is this circus everywhere? But there doesn't seem to be any doubt. The state of disarray that this room is in is a result of your wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Holmes' deductions that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Garridap's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes? So my question, what about this service here? It's an advertising handbill for the circus. Betty's Circus. It's in a nearby park. Hmm? Isn't this the same as the one we saw earlier? What is it, Branch? What's wrong? The one that was folded up in Mrs. Garridap's pocket. You say very great circus lovers. Couldn't be that the Hungry Lion is somehow involved again here, could it? Oh dear, I do hope not. It's definitely related to the circus. Let's look at the carpet. Carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, according to Mr. Holmes' deduction, the tails match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh Look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's assume this with that in mind. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. But yes, it would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one canal missing. Guess I didn't notice it before. Why is it, I wonder? Why is one canal of the three missing from its holder? Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpets, we need only look at the candlestick. Was eliminated, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed, they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. The only 0 aesthetic lines in the world? They only live in the Jura Forest? India? An area that is smaller than Greater London? Is it? Well, in the wild, of course. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little altercation. Mrs. Garidep, mighty arm, muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of your strike caused the candle to fall from the holder and destroyed everything here. Oh my god. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes. The most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast buried its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow, so you see, there's but one conclusion here. After the sparks of martial discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Holmes, sir. I salute you! He passed out? Nice. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Elementary. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner, by all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Not know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. Then beast is most certainly an... Here we go again. And the carpet was it destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Hard to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a body scene. Was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. Paint a terrible picture, sir. ones that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The barley of furniture started going up as well. I had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Oh yeah, Mr. Garidev? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you allow me. It's all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Oh, up in smoke. Gosh. And the wife started hurling things at me. A terrible sight it must have been. It was I back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Century books incoming 10 to the dozen. Because of it is, I lost my favorite, who called the Lion Sprite. The Lion Sprite? Oh yeah! Tourist love of big cats coming through again. Show you that I didn't influence by choice in the slightest. Though the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Holmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. Can only be described as the Great British Wonder. Tell you, it was total carnage, flames everywhere, and they all stick in full battle. Out of interest, what time of day was it? I'm sure I can remember, it was 2 days ago now, let's see, around 5 o'clock I think. So, at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been fluttering outside my window at this moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing. Really? So, we got nothing useful at all. Mr. Holmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garidev's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? Hello, Spark. Blighty? As it stands for Britain? No, I did not. Already? Wait a second, where is this? The whole of Blighty could have been flattering outside my window at that moment. No, I did not. Can't help you there. And who said it? Holmes, you want to say? I lost it. No, Garidev. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I couldn't be sure whether his secret would prove to be a relevance or not. For little phrases like good or blighty. Back to blighty. Why it's blighty? And yeah, by the way, I figured out why the ground floor is ground floor. Because when it was named a ground floor for the first time, the really first floor was half and the surface an earth. Like lower parts inside, upper part outside, that's why it was ground floor, and the next floor about it was the first floor. Because of this. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. It makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It's of far great importance that you make up your mind now. So this message inside the book means nothing as well? Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, Is it that time already? If we have to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to widen us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garidev. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you, boss, very much for your time. Sasuke-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Let's move. Huh? It's not here? What am I doing here? It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's have a... Oh, we're outside. We went outside. Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something going on over there in front of the Garidev's house. No, they're not, old man. Focus their prayers. Oh, by the way, I already read about his name. It's not like it was translated as well. And this one I don't know what this is. Who are you calling it, old man? You brown-looking... Nimini Pimini? There are more things in heaven and earth, than are dreamed of in our philosophy. He's a fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me. What's up? Who you know? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. A lawyer? Why? You already missed it. It was already explained here that in the Great Britain, in London, there was in the past a taxation for windows. If you have windows more than some amount, you pay more taxes. So people were actually putting bricks instead of windows, currently to not pay taxes. But it was like several years ago, I don't remember what was the amount. So nowadays you can have windows, but well, it just remains of the past. And actually I saw such windows, seriously. And I was always puzzling, but now I got the explanation of this. Well, nothing right now and nothing at this time. If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Should be real. Because why else should you do something like this in a living house? Fine, I'll be on my way for the day, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet. And then to a nunnery. Do you look like a blooming nun to you? So, in English they say his name like Shakespeare or something, but in Japanese it was totally different. Not related to this at all. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, Far Eastern Maiden. So are so gentle, thank you. House fire, so they break it up, operating the house for other use, so those windows are needed. For other use? The house? Oh my god. The house is only for living, isn't it? You need windows. What's that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth also that are dreamed in your philosophy. For some reason, like English versions are not versions at all, especially Shakespeare's one. But when they were translated to Russian, they actually did like matches to all the words, so it sounds totally different, like it had never been an original. So when you see some serious movie or several scenes Well, everything sounds so funny and unserious when there's something serious happens. Don't like the demonstration at all, the official one. Not Horatio, either. Or Gorath, doesn't matter. I give the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here at the Garrideb residence? Fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I did well in this humble adult. So Garrideb mentions that he had another lodger, didn't he? Smart me, the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Oh yes, a gentleman named Natsume. What was the Apollonist in my bottle of words near could there be? It's over 10 windows. Yeah, this one actually looks like a house with 10 windows. Oh, well, it's definitely attached to this one on the left, but I don't know. Sorry, what did you say? Oh, it's townhouse? Is townhouse counted as the whole house? I don't know. Is there any townhouses in Britain? Sorry, what did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparked long into the night. Stronger. All of them. I don't know. I see. But it's not the last floor, there's something about it. So how high is it? I don't know. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So as I can see, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's more than 10 windows here. I can turn your hand no longer. Very well. So they left windows on top and this small one here. Townhouses are millionaires' houses? What? I thought it for few people because who wants to have neighbors close to your, like, well, definitely not me. Seriously. Houses for rich? Didn't expect this. Alright, I didn't really set him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. He's Sosaki-san and that man as lodgers. The Garrideb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. But it's 11 PM already. Very late. Penthouses costing minutes? When you still got people living beneath you? It makes sense you pay that amount and want a detached house. Well, penthouses, usually it's like top floor, you can see the whole city on top of it. And usually you're living alone, yeah, just below you, so on. There can be like maximum, but yeah, it depends on the building, 4 flats, apartments. Usually 2, and sometimes just 1. But really, if you want to live inside the city, it will be, well, the huge buildings. Well, in America, in Eastern Europe for sure. Well, outside, of course, it will be small houses, and they will be very outside the city. So right now I'm living, if there will be no traffic at all, 30 minutes from the center of San Antonio. Still it's San Antonio. That's why it's very cheap to live in your own house, then a penthouse, which will be in the middle. And what was the penthouse prices here? The cheapest one that I saw was something around $750,000. So actually it's not much. But the best one obviously $2 million or something. Semi-detached house is 40,000 K? Is it much? Well, it's pounds or dollars. I don't know. Wait a second. Dollars and euros are the same, but pounds must be higher. So it should be like $500,000 or even more. Well, I spent for San Antonio 300,000, and that's all for the two-story house with 5 bedrooms. I don't remember how many rooms here. Bedrooms is 5. $600,000. It's too much. It's too much. It's very high price. For $600,000, I can buy a mansion here. That's for sure. A huge mansion. Like 4 stores, at least. That's too much. Oh, actually, it's better to buy actually several acres of the land, like 4 or something, and a house. The same house. Yeah. But usually it's a problem here in Texas to have a land because there will be tons of scorpions. I was living in such a house and actually during the stream scorpion just fall from the ceiling right on my keyboard while I was playing. Steam is somewhere still here. I have a photo of it. Oh my god, that's why I moved to San Antonio. Here, surrounded by other houses. It's like right now there's no scorpions. Maybe they'll arrive sooner or later. Just normal area. Well, 1 million. Very close to or in London. Well, hopefully I'm living inside the city, no, not outside it. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Can't believe you came back. So touched. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Yes, enough of it. Relax. Well, maybe my salary in UK would be higher than here. I'm not sure. Never try to compare them. So the millions of us in area size of one American state? That's too many. If I were a cat, I would grow with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, Richard, Neophyllin, Nipponics. Well, their high price, well, apartments, houses, etc. are always in the New York and Los Angeles. So if someone would like to live in them, I don't know. He must be super rich. But any other states and even any other cities are much cheaper. Maybe in Texas, Houston is the cheapest one. I'm not sure. Not sure. Let's not get carried away. Quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one native land. And Austin, the capital, actually will be the cheapest, but you will not be able to build a new house in it because the city is small. There's nothing in city limits left. All the land is covered with houses, etc. So it will be like suburb or something. More every year. Why people are immigrating into the Great Britain? Like, there's tons of other countries. So why immigration is so high? Yeah, that's right. It's too small. So see no point in it. In America, there's tons and tons of free space, even in Russia. But who will go to the Russia? I don't know. Russia, like, not populated at all. They concentrated in some cities, but most of the, like, 50% of the land is just nothing. Nobody lives here. Because of top 5 economy, good social security system, and free healthcare, that's the problem. Free healthcare. On the other hand, it's strong friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Sherlock is here. such as my belief at least. Yes, it's you. It's actually a big problem in Eastern Europe because you can call emergency for free at any time, paying simply nothing, no matter what will be the case. You broke a finger, you call emergency. You're coughing, you call emergency. You just have a headache, you call an emergency. So when somebody really needs the emergency, nobody will arrive. You must wait like 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. They will never come because of this. Here, emergency is right nearby, like in 5 minutes, right? So if you call it, they'll arrive immediately, and of course you'll pay for this. I'll better pay rather than wait. The miserable rotten spy, Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Holmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything personal. Safe observing, of course. And wait a second, if the case why you called the emergencies is good, it will be covered by your health insurance. You'll pay something like $200, but $200 is like nothing. Tell what do you mean, Mr. Holmes? Well, I have encountered some curious studio material inside Gunter room. And having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, and you don't need to pay immediately, you can pay it anytime you want. I said I should drop in on my way home to see how the wasted friend is faring. Home from Rome? At least your accommodation here offers a window, and I feel in that sense it is the superior option. Well, anyway, it's right now top 5 economy and other thing, but if immigration will be still the same, it will be disastrous, that's for sure. You cannot give all your money to new immigrants who will not be working, just sitting here. The crime will be raised, etc, etc. Now I commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, it cost me not a penny. And yeah, we just were talking about the job yesterday. So in this case it will not be replaced by robots, it will be replaced by people who arrived. Especially the jobs that not required any like specialization. Like for example IT, medicine, etc. No, they will replace workers. So if there somebody stick with their work and profession, they will be replaced. Because immigrants need less salary. I know this for sure. Came when we enjoyed freedom of movement. I'm also sure that Eastern Europeans still were here, just they were very rich criminals. No low grades. But now low grade came. So, did you Brexit or not? So you left. That's good, because I was not sure about this. I think that's good. Despite the fact that I don't like a separation between countries, but it was not what I wanted. I wanted just one single country for the whole planet, not the Union. Union is something else. I'd never seen anything good in the Union. USSR are a very good example of it. You, how dare you? Sherlock Holmes. I've had it. I'm through. I am at the end of my rope. Should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Well, Holmes does not believe that you're a culprit. But he doesn't know it. Haunted by spirits and those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is damned? Be damned? But the top countries get all the immigration. Well, yes. But it's very hard to immigrate to the United States for some reason for some countries like India. I know that they're waiting for green cards like 5 or even 10 years until it will be given to them, but it doesn't cancel the fact that you can make a company transfer and you don't need a green card to move here, but you must have some specialization. You cannot work as a worker here. You must be specialized in something specific, in the clouds, in medicine, I mean, etc. In this case, you will be relocated without any green cards and will be working for this company still. You cannot leave it. Actually, there's no need to leave it. So if you're just working with no skills, nobody will relocate you here. But still, you'll be waiting 10 years for the green card if you're in India. Takes a lot. I got mine like almost immediately. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? You mentioned that once before, didn't you? And green card you only need to get a citizenship, so I will get it approximately 2 years. I don't remember when exactly, maybe less. Hmm? It might be changed totally nothing. I mean, not in it changed something, but not in a good or bad way. That his lodging were cursed, I mean. There's much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is the wholly appropriate description, I would say. The man's lodgings, and indeed for the tomorrow's trial. And by the way, I was thinking to move to the United Kingdom, but only immigration problem actually stopped me to do this. Yeah, there was, we have another company office here, so it was very easy to migrate, especially that I was working for the UK project. Yeah, I was working here, so they would simply transfer me without any problem. I would never even need to wait for something. But because of this immigration problem, I decided so US is much better for this. Also there's Japan, but Japan is different if you visit it as a tourist and living inside it. There's so many things that I don't like it, especially small size apartments. Everything shall be king. Yeah, that's it. No matter what, something is moving to the better things. Like if you compare it to the ancient times, even to these times, it's definitely this. It's not where I'm supposed to wanted to live. All will be buried. Houses in the UK is small as well, like in Japan these days. Well, in Japan, if you need to live, you'll be living something very far from Akihabara. It's very small flats, and Akihabara is actually very small. It's the best place where to entertain yourself and live, but you'll be super high. And wait a second, you can't even have a car if you don't have some place where you can leave it. You cannot leave it somewhere in the street. So if you want to stop and do something, it's not possible. In US, you can leave your car everywhere on the street, in every single place, no matter what. If it's inside the downtown, there will be tons of parking. Well, expensive, but yet again, you can leave it. In Japan, it's simply not possible. It will be like in New York. Yeah, New York. You cannot even find a free parking in it in the peak times. Okay, what's it supposed to mean? Oh, speaking of it. You saw it? Good. Actually, Fox Village is not the perfect place for foxes to live. There's like too many of them in one place. Territory should be bigger, so it's kinda upsetting seeing all this, but at least they're living here longer than it's about. Okay, it should be conversation. Course trial. Course legends. Let's check the legends. There's also, by the way, Rabbit Island in Japan somewhere. Yeah, I know about the Cat Island. You said a cursed legend before. You were referring to your room at Mr. Carriage's house, I assume. You mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. Yeah, foxes are very territorial animals, so they constantly fight in here, constantly, non-stop, especially when you're feeding them. Don't like this though. The wilds, yeah, they find saucer food, but in general they're not living with each other very closely. Well, they are families, yeah, so if they're nursing some kids, they can cooperate several females. Saw it many times, but nothing like this. And I'd only been in London a week before. I started to notice strange feelings in myself. It didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me, starting to become nervous about going outside. They always stared at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fire wouldn't go away. Must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose that? Seems a little inconvenient. The rented ship have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. I quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. That was true. It was all true. You mean the room is really cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, the sleep has been bugged with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I am being shocked to death. And in my working hours, people are stopped in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me, and I am surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all? To believe. Yes, to believe. Okay, let's talk about trial. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. No, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Oh, referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Valley? The Reaper? No, what do you mean? Just tell me. Summarize this. Secondly, in 16 silent words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution ever. Goodness, can't really be true. That was 16 words exactly. I just still wonder who killed this McGilded, what was his name, and how somebody tricked him to go inside of this coaching, well, omnibus, or lock him inside. It must be someone who we know already, but no one. Maybe someone from the previous cases as well. Or someone very new, because actually goal of this game is not to uncover the cases who killed or something. No, we just need to get not guilty verdict, no matter how. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? What? Impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Holmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord 1-6 killed the man himself. No, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes? Why, of course he is. Of course he is? Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. Hypothesis? On earth do you mean by that? So Holmes knows something, but will not tell? The Reaper, let's ask about the Reaper. 1-6 is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. Sosuke-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It's an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. But wait a second, if they think all of them think that he's guilty, the verdict will be guilty no matter what. Well, in this game. However, public opinion, in particular, is somewhat easily manipulated. Right? Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contraring evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. But such underhand means those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. And it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, is from time to time, my dear madam, is simply the reality of the situation. Is this alright? However, those indicated by Lord 1-6 cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. So, the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Listen, once they all disappear, it is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manners of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging terror. Perhaps attacked by highwaymen. No. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead, done for, doomed. And to believe. Mr. Holmes. Me? Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buddha. If you recall, The Burian. Oh, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believe in me and listen to my side of the story. And you help us to investigate. I did? Did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me? I see. Yes, you mean. Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little? I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, knowing that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Holmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can harm as far as I'm concerned. But I have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It's a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. Defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. So? Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. By the way, love trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'll be happy to represent you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And also, the man I was representing was found not guilty. I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe even? But I think I finally worked it out. I decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. It's imperative that we prove that in court. Still, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I'll fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully release it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Shocking events of yesterday's trial still weighing heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Holmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, it's all the things I can master. But to be continued? That's right. That's right. Like no time left, but I'll check what will be next, and after this will be all for the day. Why it's Clouded Conqueror, I still don't understand. How is it related to it? Wait a second, Clouded because it's of the fog? Maybe. Well, maybe figure it out at the very end. There's 5 episodes, it's episode number 4. Episode number 5 will be the longest one, it will be the main game, because right now it's like a tutorial how to play it. Well, anyway, 50% is definitely done. 5 will be like 2.5 episodes in total. I checked the long play time, but I didn't check what was inside, so I don't know. It depends on how I figure it out what should be done here. Maybe you'll be thinking a lot. Well, they still introduce new elements. In the previous episode it was here, maybe nothing new. So first 3 episodes were for sure tutorial, because in the third episode they're still introducing new technique to use here, new gameplay. Let's see how it will start, and that will be all. Well, I never expected this. I have thought we'll be back here again so soon. You're on study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practice. In order to research a lot of court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but with the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, having it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! His very red eyes, I see. Oh, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up earlier, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literally people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your face in us today, Mr. Natsume. Some people believe this would be just a tutorial for a greater world. I don't know. I remember that first games that I was playing, the last one was like DLC, it was added to the game, it was so boring that it was super long and super boring, I was not able to stand it. So if there was a Game Boy Advance version fully translated without the last episode, I would play it, but there's none. For some reason, it's not fully translated. Some translation, but not. So, what will be here? I have no idea at all. But definitely first 3 by tutorial. This one is not. As I see. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. Can do it. Can take it. Also, local student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Neither did I. Who was the victim, my question? Is she really related to the circus? Is she really related to the message in the book? I have no idea. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Miss Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord 6? Is it right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes. Boring? Well, should get used to it. It's like with every single last case. Such games, but I played only 2, the first 2, nothing else, even not the third one. Lord 6 is on the front page of everyone. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey. He stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord 6's return to the courtroom after very long hiatus. I don't know. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a horrible experience it was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than 2 days. Well, wait a second, what is this? Returning chat definitely broke it. You can see it here. But we will have released, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the valley so soon for what appears to be a murder? It's a question the Reapers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. This time, it is you who stands against this legendary persecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper? As I don't rub shoulders with the Springers. I read that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. It's just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such a frail fortune? The least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Human no wants local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. To the heavens, we'll always be on your side. Benevolent, non-locum assistant Miss Mikadaba Esquires. I'm your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness. What? For as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Oh, let's go. And here, I think I must save. It's almost midnight. I don't know. I started later today. For some reason. Oh, tomorrow is Friday. This means I will be able to play more? Start earlier? I seriously don't know. Trial part 1! Oh my god. What, after trial there will be another investigation? It can be, of course. Locum student search result? I don't even know what does locum mean. And what is this picture? Locums? What is locum? Now I can use Google Translate and check. Because I didn't get it. Locum. What? Supernumerary stopgap, warming pan, and supply? So it means something like temporary? I didn't get it. But okay. Let's see, who can I rate? Like, let's see who's still online. Like, no one? Why is there no one online? Tell me. Where are all the people? It's too late for them. Yeah, of course, because mostly people are living on the East Coast. So it's already the next day for them. It's Friday already. Oh my god, let's search for, I don't know, some categories that not many people are playing, and I think they will, yeah, 0 for this one. Oh, why it's so hard to find someone? Should I rate? Nobody here as well. Okay, let's see this one. Taka? There's nobody here as well. How is it possible? And yes, thank you for stopping by, Range Cat, Spark. Definitely will continue this game tomorrow. I think I will continue it on Saturday. I will continue it on Sunday. Maybe on Monday finally we'll start this. What is this? Dark Side Chronicles, and I think I will finish it very quick. Well, obviously I'll be playing it on hard difficulty? Well, I started on hard difficulty. I think it's possible to always switch to something else. Taco Adventure? Oh, you suggest to rate Taco Adventure. I don't know who is stuck. Taco Adventure? This really such channel? He's seated online right now? Yeah, it's live. Journey Down plan? Don't even know what is Journey Down. Never heard about this. Alright, so that is it. That's all. See you next time. Bye.